aside from waiting 600 years, of course. And yes, we're a little early today because I just wanted to make sure everything started out good, because it behaved, my internet behaved very well Friday. It behaved very well this weekend. So I'm hoping it stays the course. We'll see. But yeah, so we left off somewhere in episode 5. I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, anyone who happens to remember. We should have been in the start of the second, well, we should have been somewhere during the second investigation, right? Yeah, day 2 investigation. So we've got kind of a mess. We have, what, 2 quote-unquote murders, well, that we're working on. One of which is confirmed, the other of which seems to be our dead guy from, you know, the one where we actually have a body. Because he somehow vanished from the first one. The rest of it, I'm a little... Oh yeah, that's right. He was, if memory serves, he was brought in as a suspect in the murder in the evidence room, I believe. Walks in silently, unlike usual. Hello. But yeah, so basically what I'm trying to remember. Okay, yeah, so we have 2 crime scenes. The first is the evidence, well, the first is the one we've been investigating out in the prosecutor's parking lot. The other is in the evidence room. Afternoon there. Thank you. Hello. How are you? And then this is our suspect for the murder that allegedly happened in the evidence room. And then of course our client is the suspect for the murder in the underground parking lot. We're not entirely sure why this guy got brought in, aside from he was found kind of passed out in the evidence room. Good, not excited for Thursday. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Here's hoping your Thursday goes better than you were expecting. But yeah, so that's basically what I remember. We're going to have a lot of remembrances as we get going here. Thursday we start dissections, and as we all know, I'm the living ooh. Yeah, I would absolutely do that. My condolences. The last time I dissected anything was undergrad biology, and we did frogs. Now, granted, the frogs weren't nearly as weird as... Actually, was it frogs? It was either frogs or it was a pig. I forget precisely which we did, because it's been like a solid 10 years ish. But yeah, no, I don't blame you in the slightest. Now, I don't remember what all we actually talked to this dude about. I know this is for the cowboy detective. Probably a pig, because frogs are usually a high school thing. I mean, it all depends on what you're doing and, you know, your school. Now, I did go to a larger university, so it might have been a pig. But like with frogs, because they're so small, you can do individual dissections. Whereas with like pigs, it's usually like, you know, one person, or like you all kind of share the one, and then you all kind of group learn on the one, just because it's so large. Or at least I'm pretty sure that's what we did, because I think we actually might have, did we do both? No, because it's like I have like memories of like dissecting frogs, and I could have swore it wasn't high school because we were doing owl pellets. Oh wait, no, owl pellets was middle school. High school, we didn't do any dissections because I was in a genetics class, so we just did bacteria samples in petri dishes. No, I think no. If I did frogs, it would have had to have been college. It would have had to have been my undergrad. And I think we also did a pig too because it was easier to like see. Like we did frogs for like individual or like pair work, and then we did a pig for like a whole like group lesson. So because everything was bigger, so everyone could see things better. Or I'm just completely misremembering, both of which are entirely possible. I'm hoping he's not here. Sir, I wanted to give you... Dude, I would have loved to do genetics. Unfortunately, G10 does not cover that. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I actually did 2 years of genetics when I was in high school. I did it. I had normal, like, biology, normal science classes my freshman and sophomore year. And then I did genetics and chemistry my junior and senior year. Or I did chemistry at least once, and then I did genetics twice. Because it was like a continuation of like 1 year into the next. It was very interesting. I was very bad. Well, I was very bad at doing bacterial cultures. Genetics is right up my alley in terms of interests. That and chem, nice. Yeah, no, honestly, genetics was really cool. My class was a bit of a pilot program. Because they were trying to get it introduced into... Okay, we were just here. Because they were trying to get it introduced into more of the into more of the schools in the district, but they needed somewhere to like develop the curriculum, so they chose us instead. Okay, you are the one who gave us the thing. I'm trying to figure out how we get High Prosecutor's Office. Yeah, we could go talk. See, okay, he's not here. This is why I hate having like long breaks. That's not what I wanted. Because I'm trying to figure out where we left off, and it's like suffering because... Okay, Mrs. Stark climbed over this fence. No, she didn't. You have no idea what to do now? Exactly. Because, like, it's been a whole week since last stream, and I don't remember what all we tried. Man, it's okay, don't cry. Maybe there's a Lunchland Olympics team. Oh no, because she didn't actually go over the fence. She lied about going over the fence. She was in the security office, tried this door. Actually, no, she had to have gone over because this door was locked. So she goes from here all the way around, over the fence, down the other flight of stairs, over the fence. Oh my god. Ma'am. But yeah, and like there's blood here, there's blood here, if memory serves. Actually, you know what? I wonder. This is the famous oil drum. Well, no time like the president, I'll try to kick it over myself. Yeah! That's okay, don't cry. That Lannis guy must be one strong woman. Either that or she was lying, Phoenix. Have we considered she was lying? The divider, it sure helped us knock a hole in that testimony today. Come to think of it, this divider helps our case more than the actual witness. The great divider, chip off the old parking block. Oh, it's just a wall, scientifically speaking. Also, hey look, it's a ladder. You don't need like, if you have a ladder, you don't need to climb that fence. That's just... Oh my god. Okay, so we're back to the ladder discourse. That's still locked? Yeah. She's trying to figure out the significance of this door and the fact that it's locked. It's like, no. That's not how this works. But yeah, so this had blood. There was like blood here, I think. I don't believe the car. Yeah, this is where we found that note. SL9, the case that was due for transferal the day of the murder, and the detective in charge of the case was the victim. wonder what kind of case this SL9 incident thing was. It's kind of hard to guess just knowing the case number, but we do know, kind of. If memory serves, it was a murder, or at least an assault, because there was a knife with its tip broken off, and I believe covered in blood. So, like, we have some things. That's about as red as the sports car can get. Yep, it's pretty red, all right. The body was found in Edgeworth's car trunk, and the lock on the trunk was broken too. Yeah, so someone theoretically forced their way into his trunk. So the question is, why did Miss Guy choose this car? So what model car is it? I think it was called a sedan or a coupe, something like that. Those are car types, Mr. Right? Not models. You're a guy, aren't you? Oh my god, no. Emma, shush. Maybe it's about time I got my driver's license. Ayo, Phoenix, you don't need one. You're in, like, the middle of some nondescript town in California. You're fine. Okay, ma'am. If you're doing forensics, you won't get to park here either. Because this is for the prosecutors. You would be forensics. That's how this works. This is where the cars leave the lot, the arrow on the ground, blah, 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 blah. We've already established this. A dual-purpose door. Wow. Mr. Relativity, no, ma'am. I love how she's, like, supposed to be smart, but she's, like, dumber than a sack of rocks. I don't think there's anything I wanted to talk to her about here. Because I think we got everything we could out of her. Actually, let's just double check. I want to see what she has to say about this. No? Ma'am. Come on. Could you take a look at this? You, yes? You said you wanted some hot tea, right? No, but thanks. Oh, that's so funny. You must have to brew the leaves a long time to get rich flavor like this. We pre-infuse the leaves with steam before brewing? I'm sorry, what? So that's the secret to their aroma, exquisite. I don't think that's how that works. The only thing I'm smelling here is wasted time, yeah. Yeah, I want to know how his shield broke. But Edgeworth is, like, not in his office. That's not what I wanted. So let's see. Okay. This is just us chilling. Actually, you know what? I want to see what he has to say about just about anything. We'll just seriously. Okay, fine. Come on. There we go. Do you think you could look at this? Come on. Hey, that's it, sir. That's it. That's it. That's what? My head was a blank until this very moment. But sir, now I remember, sir. You mean you remember what happened? Correct. That card was the cause of it all. This ID card? Exactly, sir. That's exactly it. Hey, look, we figured out where we left off. Nothing could be more exact, sir. Nothing. I'd better pry into this one a little deeper. I want to see what else is going on, though. Officer Meekins, could you take a look at this? I'm sorry. Okay, so he doesn't know anything about it. Ask Mr. Edgeworth. He's passing the buck. Yeah. It takes a special kind of man to pass the buck to Edgeworth. Amazing. Meekins, that's obviously a girl. I mean, I think he's talking to Phoenix, even though Emma's the one who asked the question. But then again, Meekins is also kind of dumb. Not the brightest bulb in the box. So, she asked the question. I know. I know. That does not stop people. I'm scared of knives, sir. It's okay. I just wanted you to take a look at it. That's it, sir. Last night, sir. That's the one. I was an apple, sir, in my dream, sir, and I was being peeled. On second thought, you don't have to look at the knife. Oh, that's so funny, sir. He probably won't know anything about this parking stuff. I want to see what he knows about the, oh, you don't know anything about the... Ask Mr. Edgeworth about the Blue Badger panel. Yes. Makes perfect sense. Let's see what he knows about this knife. Oh, he's scared of knives. Okay, fine. He won't look at it. Fine. 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 Shush. Yeah. I have a feeling we've gotten everything out of him that we're going to. Yeah, because this is most of what he was interested in. Can you tell me what it is you do remember? Well, sir, you might say I'm a little, a lost little patrolman, a lost little lamb, if you will. Oh, no. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman, who was in the evidence room. And that's why you thought he looked suspicious. Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to show me his ID card. Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far. That's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you. So you asked Detective Goodman to show you his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. What? Sir, I assure you I was as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and leapt at him. Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him? Do unto others before they do unto you, my own father's words, sir. What happened then? Oh no. Well, my eyes, sir, everything went white. When I awoke, I was here. Right. So, Officer Meekins, why was it that they arrested you? What do you mean, Emma? Let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman, and the quote-unquote victim who he met at the scene of the crime didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim. And if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died. That's it, sir. That's what I wanted to say. That is, I did say something along those lines. Huh? But you still ended up here? They told me that it had to be him, sir. On that day, at that time, Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said. But you don't remember the events clearly? No, but the videotape is quite clear. Huh? Videotape? From the security camera. The crime, my crime, the crime I swore to stamp out, it's there, it's me, it's on tape. And you waited until now to tell us? I'm sorry, really sorry, sir. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it. No, thanks. I have my own. Well, guess we'd better go check out this crime scene. Yeah, let's go. Alright. Now we can actually go to criminal affairs. Oh, hello. Okay. I was hoping to just pass through, but I guess if someone wants to stop me to talk, we can stop and talk. Hey, Mr. Wright, look who's standing at the Chief of Detectives desk. It's believed she's... Oh, hi, Gant. What you doing here? And you're sure this is all, You know what it means if there is anything missing. Sir, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. We checked all of his drawers, lockers, garbage cans, bags, coat pockets, hats. Under his seat cushion, behind his computer monitor, inside his personal coffee machine. I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away. Deal? Yes, sir. We'll scour the place again, sir. The Chief of Detectives looks a bit flustered. Haha, righto, my boy. How have you been? Swim much? Oh, Chief Gant, reporting for duty, sir. Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright? That is a good question. Is Edgeworth going to be okay? Oh, Worthy. Oh, you know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him. Sounds like an inquisition. Yep. Well, they had no end of trouble with the boy since last year. You mean the incident on Gourd Lake? It doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sit in the defendant's seat, does it? And you got someone else found guilty in that case, right? Righto? Yeah, we did. Another prosecutor. A legend he was, undefeated in his 40-year career. But in court you fixed it so he was caught for forging evidence. Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence. In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of turmoil, you might say. Why, they do just about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what that inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy. What? Ooh, okay. It's downright odd, I tell you. The detective getting killed on their turf too. I mean, they're being the prosecutors, I assume. Scientifically speaking, it's impossible. Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says. What evidence is this? Now, Righto, I can't give away all our secrets just like that. And this in particular, well, it's a little sensitive and I can't talk about it. I wasn't expecting much anyway. You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets, can't stand them. But you know, it's a full-time job just keeping the chief of detectives trap shut. Ah, he was the one you were picking on earlier. Huh? You saw that? Whoops! I wonder what it was that he wanted the chief of detectives to do. Let's see if we can if we can kind of discreetly ask him. We're going to have to wait for him to move, but I want to see in the meantime. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I want to see what he has to say about this. I was wondering, could you take a look at this? Ah, sorry, Righto. I'm through with that stuff. Through, I say. Go find that guy who can't seem to sit still out there, the busy one. The guy who can't sit still. Does he mean Detective Gumshoe? Either him or the dancing blue badger. Amazing. Alright, so I have a feeling he won't tell us about anything, so let's just head over to the police department. We might run into Gumshoe. Okay, apparently not. So let us go to the guard station and basically... I was gonna say basically pray for the cowboy to be here, but we don't get to see him. Can I not... Okay, interesting. I still can't do anything here. Interesting. Okay. I don't think... Yeah, there's no one new here. We could probably check everything again, see... let's see, criminal affairs, parking lot. Actually, you know what? Let's go back here. Let's try. I want to see what he has to tell me about this. I was wondering, could you take a look at this? Okay. Sir, it doesn't take a detective to tell me things. About just random things. Alright. So, I have a feeling he's not going to tell us anything. We might have to wait for him to move. Ooh, sorry you had to see that. What exactly did the chief of police want you to do? Well, see over there? That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. They took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can. So nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still here? Of course not. Well, except for this. What? You kept something? Sure, why not? It's not important. He didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete. Ooh, hello. A lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something? The date on it is February 21st. Better make a note of that just in case. Wait, 221? Can only be submitted to the chief of police. I should really get back to investigating the police department crime scene. Yeah, that's fine. But 221 SL9. 221. Something has gone missing. Bruce Goodman, ID 5. That's a 9 kind of scribbled out, possibly a 7. So what is... Do we have a number on this? Oh yeah, this is 92. Although 67. Show me. No. So it's something related to SL9 most likely. What it is, we don't know yet. We will figure it out. Alright, so let's go back to the police department now, see if that will advance things. Okay, we don't get to examine that crime scene? Am I... This is gonna be really dumb if I have to show you this. Come on, tell me things. Yeah, you're not going to tell me anything, sir. Either him or the dancing blue. Please don't tell me I have to go and talk to the badger outside the police department. That's not what I wanted. The blue badger is still writhing around. Oh no. Okay, it's at least a cutscene. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's dancing. Speaking of dancing, the whole police department has been dancing around like crazy since yesterday. Oh, wow. Okay, cool. Okay, they really did want us to just go and talk to the statue. Love this for us. Can I take out his batteries? I just can't help but feel he's going to do something naughty. What? He's a blue badger made out of probably particle board on a motor. What is he going to do? Nothing. And this is all still checked. I hate everything. Police department. Alright, let's see. Detectives look pretty busy. Just imagine right now, behind those doors, police drama in action. Blah, 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 blah. Established they're probably still telling jokes. Honestly. If I had to guess. I'd be shocked if they weren't. Alright, back to the underground parking lot. Nobody knew. Yeah, it's still you. Same old, same old. Okay. No one here. Interesting. Alright, cool. Parking lot. Alright, he's still here. I wonder. That's not what I wanted. Come on. I don't think he knows anything yet. He's got a little badge. Alright. So we need to get into the evidence room, right? But we need to presumably get past the... Actually, wait. Detectives' desks. Figured they'd be tidier, etc. and so forth. You, what's your deal? Must be one of the detectives mumbling something to himself. Use a cassette tape. Gunshot was fake. No one will expect a cassette tape in this day and age. Oh, he's dumb. He's not writing a report, he's writing a novel. Okay, never mind. I take it back. Babes in uniform calendar. Alright. Police mascot, the blue badger. Design's a little change from the one outside. How well the dancing blue badger is still under development, you see. You have it trademarked? Absolutely, it's cutting edge stuff. Very now. I showed this doll here to my daughter and she burst into tears. Don't show her the moving mock-up outside, then you'll give her nightmares. Ah! Oh no. Alright. Oh, we had to ask him permission. I feel so stupid. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Well, I never thought the day would come when Wright asked me for help. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room. Now, Righto. Actually, I'm sorry, I don't need to investigate after all. Righto, please, do I look like a selfish man? Huh? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's content, knock yourself out. Just goes to show, you never know until you ask. And for you, here, you can borrow this. Hey, this is a detective's ID card, isn't it? That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it. Yes, sir, it's an honor. You just run along and do your best now. Later, folks. This man's... He's so weird. Hey, it looks pretty cool on my lapel, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID. You seem happy. Yes, sir, because, sir, we get to go into the evidence room now, sir. I think this place is a bad influence on the girl. There we go. Okay, now we can go inside. The evidence room is beyond that door. And we have the ID card from Chief Gant. Let's just walk in. It won't open. Aha! Card reader is turned off, see? What is that security guard thinking? Howdy, partners. Well, what's made my Bambina's sky so gray? Hey, sir. Officer Marshall, why does it have to be him? What's that why does it have to be him look for? Oh, he knows. As you may have surmised, this here's my saloon. We're here to investigate the crime scene. Yeehaw! That card you got there on your chest. That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts. Yeehaw. Well, what you standing there for? Get along, little doggies. The crime scene's awaiting. Looks like the card reader's on again. While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions. Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you hombres. You're busy then? Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres. However, we're going to bribe you with food before we go. That smell. Reminds me of Texas. When have you ever been to Texas? So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas? No, I just saw a special on television the other day. There we go. Is this from my baby? Yeah, Miss Star. What's this? What? What's wrong? A filet steak lunch. I see. I see. I don't see. I wonder what it means. Steak lunch given to Officer Marshall. You gonna talk though? Alright, Bambina, you win. Ask anything. Sir. Sir. At least swallow before you talk to us first. Don't talk to us with your mouth full of steak, please. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right? You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job and I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us. That poor little doggy. Poor guy, I keep getting his name wrong and calling him Meekly. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this, but since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, it might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know? So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place? Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed Zippy. He's got a motorcycle. On his horse named Zippy. No, it's presumably not a horse. It's presumably a motorcycle. But I guess maybe actually, you know what? Knowing him, it probably is a horse. There's no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place. You mean the security camera system? I don't take to machines much. Kinda like that stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak, you know? Fair enough. Miss Star told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago. It was always my dream to be a hide wrangler on the scene of the crime. That's all gone now, like a drinking hole in a prairie fire. You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Ms. Star, aren't you? That was my case. It's all solved on the record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it. What kind of case was it anyway? We've heard the name so many times, but no one tells us what actually happened. There are some things you're better off not knowing, Bambina. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago. 2 days ago. The day of our case. That's right. The evidence transferals. Edgeworth was talking about the transferals too. I know what maybe 2 of the machines in here do. Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen. Like I said, Bambina, machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steaks. The easiest ones to understand are these here security cameras. Those are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned. If nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours. And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they on one of those tapes? I reckon they might be. You're the security guard and you reckon? One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card. Thus the card reader by the door. The card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through. Okay, so at 420, all 7s, 440, 8730, 579, I'm pretty sure is our victim. 4989596 is someone at 450, 5842189 at 514. Sorry, excuse me. Sorry, Bambina, I can't show you more than that. Huh? I I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet. Mr. Wright, I saw a number on that record just now. I've seen that number before. Maybe there's some way I can prove that record is tied to the stabbing. And you know what? We're gonna do that before we keep asking him questions so we can actually see it. See this? This is the victim's ID card. Ah, the one that was on the ground in the parking lot. The number on this is 5842189. Officer Marshall, show us that ID card record again. Oh, it's this one. Like the fourth number, it's a perfect match. It was used at 5:14 right before the stabbing. What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world. So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. But wait, what did Officer Meekins say? So I entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing, suddenly he pointed a knife at me. If he had his ID card, then why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins? Alright, compadre, you win. I guess I can give you this ID card record. ID card record added to the court record. I've got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. Do we have the visitor? We don't have the visitor ID. Actually, maybe we can check it. Okay, so we know this is Bruce. I wish we could see which one, like if any of those is the visitor card. Because if it's the visitor card, that causes a lot of problems. Sorry, but could you explain what this whole transferal thing is about? We only keep evidence from solved cases in this room. They're kept here under the presiding detective's supervision for 2 years. So we can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake, see? So what happens to the evidence after 2 years? It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault of the county sheriff's department. That's what we call transferal. We do it every February. I see now. Transferal is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever. Dead. Never to be reopened again. Never to be reinvestigated. And that happened to SL9 2 days ago. Which is interesting. But yeah, so let's go into the evidence room, see what we can find in here. And then we'll head back to the police. We'll head over to see Officer Meekins. DL6 tells a different tale. Yeah. Because DL6 stayed open for a while. Well! Oh yeah, no, because it was never actually solved. Well, yeah, but like DL6 wasn't solved. Because after, because I think it got reopened. Because it went cold. Yeah, no, because they got the guy. They executed him. Turned out he was innocent. Afterward. So, I'm pretty sure it never officially closed. Which is what kept it from being transferred. Transferred, I guess. So this is the evidence room. From what I understand, DL6 was kind of just always on the back burner. Yeah, basically they were always working on it. Just not a lot of active work. Because it was never actually properly solved. Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue. Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. I mean, it even looks like a morgue. Like, look at these vaults. Hi, Gumshoe. Also, that's a car door with... I like how there's a car door with handcuffs on it. I'm just chilling. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. So is it true what I heard? Right, oh please, do I look like a selfish man? Sir is repeating himself. Yeah, it's true. So, Chief of Police Gant. Will loan anyone $50? Even me? Oh, so that's what you were talking about? Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today. Congratulations, my dude. Just for today? Boss for a day? But guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're boss for a day. Gee, thanks. First of all, you'll want to have this. Evidence room floor plans added to the court record. Thank you, Gumshoe. Love you. I love how Gumshoe went from like hating us to being like our best friend. I love this man. Love him. Also, Gumshoe, I need you to identify yourself on this. Are you on here? This is the ID card record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing. Ah, I heard the rumors. So it was Goodman who came in here at the time of the murder. Whoa. What is it? That second number. It's not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe? Mr. Edgeworth. Oh. Oh, no. The second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth. What? Why would Edgeworth have come to, actually, what time was, wait, what time? 4:40? So Edgeworth comes to the evidence locker at 4:40 p.m. the day of the murder. He was already here at the police department for the award ceremony. I don't remember what time that was, but from the sound of it, it was all day. And then we can confirm he gets back to the prosecutor's office at 5:12 p.m. So whatever he's doing here, someone in his car with, you know, either that or someone stole his ID. Yeah, so either someone with his ID, actually, well, the thing is, though, is that actually 4:40 to, it's half an hour from the police department to the prosecutor's office. That would get you back to the prosecutor's office at 5:10. Technically, that works, because he got his parking slip at like 5:12. So this actually could have been him actually in the evidence locker. He doesn't have a reason to be there unless he was working on a case and needed access to the evidence. But he could plausibly have been there. Yeah, but why would he go into the evidence room and then immediately leave? Well, he could have been there for 2 minutes, which granted is not a lot of time, but if you know exactly what you're looking for and you know where to look for it, because he's got that 2 minutes of unaccounted for time. But then again, we also don't know how far from like the parking lot the evidence room is and how much you have to actually go through to get from here to there, right? So arguably it's someone with his key card, because having 2 minutes of time between, you know, that swipe to get in and actually like leaving so you can actually make it back to the prosecutor's office by 5:12. It's not feasible. Is it plausible? Is it possible? Yes. Plausible? No. Also, we're saying 30 minutes in a theoretically perfect situation. Traffic can make it take not 30 minutes, so I don't know if this fully checks out. Yeah, no. So, but at the same time, though, for as weird as the logic gets for Ace Attorney, I have a feeling that if they wanted us to know it takes 30 minutes to get from the prosecutor's office to the police department, right? That establishes that unless they at some point introduce that there was traffic on that day, they presumably want us to assume that there was no traffic. He was not held up by like red lights, nothing out of the ordinary. It was just a perfectly ordinary time from point A to point B, 30 minutes. Like they would have to introduce, like if that time frame is relevant, which it looks like it is. Well, or it might be. They'd have to find a way to establish that there was traffic in order for that 30-minute time window to come into question. Should we keep it in mind? Yeah. But unless given reason to think otherwise, we should operate as though, you know, there was no traffic, there was no strange, you know, hold up, no bad luck with the light cycles, you know, stuff like that. So, yeah. Yeah, why would Edgeworth have come to the evidence room? Yeah, and only for, yeah. And like, that's also assuming he didn't just speed all the way back to the, you know, back to the prosecutor's office. Or taken like an alternate route that's faster, you know? It's not necessarily like the route, but like, you know, people find all sorts of weird things. So Detective Gumshoe, your boss for the day? That's right, it's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here at the police department. But if you're boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings? What do you think we're here for? They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial. In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation again. I'm adamant, though. I'm going to take control and put this case to rest. In my own evidence locker, pal. You have a locker in here too, Detective Gumshoe? Of course. Off topic, but Edgeworth is definitely the guy who gets annoyed at people speeding, but speeds the moment the lane is free. Yes! Yes! He'll complain about all the people doing 40 in like a 30 zone, and then as soon as the lane's free, he'll do 60. Just to get around a slow truck. He'd absolutely do it. They gave me a locker that only I can open, pal. Only you can. Oh, hello. Okay, so do all of the detectives here have lockers that only they can open? Or only some of them? So if Gumshoe has a locker only he can get into for his cases, well, one, what would Edgeworth be doing here, because he presumably would not have a locker? He would have to be meeting someone here to then go through their locker. Huh. But that does mean we might be able to use the victim's card to go through their locker, see if there's anything still there. I'll always believe in Mr. Edgeworth no matter what happens. Aw, so Mr. Edgeworth is with the inquiry committee now, right? They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today. I see. I guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case. That case. Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident of— What? How is he tied to SL9? That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth. Maybe we can get him to tell us more about— Sir, how do you keep getting tied to all of these high-profile and terrible cases? How? How are you this unlucky? He's tied to every case that has a code name. Trust all of— Well, considering all the cases have code names, this place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it. Using their ID card? Well, that's the thing, pal. The ID cards can be lost. Why, I'm on my third card since entering the force already. That sounds like a lot. Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand. Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint? Oh no. Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coded with a fingerprint. So the only locker we can open is our own. Funny, they look like normal lockers. These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see? The handles? On the other side of the handle is a sensor, and if the wrong person touches it, bazat, you get a shock. If that's what happened, my hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. Huh. Okay. Alright, so this is the floor plan. It seems the murder happened in that back corner, probably. I want to see if he knows anything about this. Allow me to say one thing, speaking as a detective. If I see a piece of evidence I know nothing about, I say nothing. Nothing! That's fine. You bet it's fine, pal. Okay, so he knows literally nothing about that. What about this? Detective Goodman's noting that switchblade knife. I bet Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone because of the SL9 connection. That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, you know, 2 years ago. Edgeworth, I swear to God. That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared. Oh, Edgeworth, no. No. Sir. Stop. Stop getting tied to everything. But why would evidence from that case turn up now? I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there are some loose ends left on that case. Of course. We already asked him about that. Okay. Wow, look at this big pile of junk in the corner. That looks like a car door. There's a pair of handcuffs attached to the frame. Maybe the guy they caught was some sort of escape artist and he got away. Hey, that's one of those human profiles for range testing. He's been shot square in the forehead. Better him than us. There's something sticking out of here. Looks like a shirt. I guess it must be evidence for some case. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe put this here. There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for the evidence here. That said, I bet that evidence locker was opened recently. How do you know? If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence? Sounds like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot too. I bet he doesn't tuck it in under the trench coat. No! If you're going to talk behind someone's back, don't do it right in front of them, pal. Oh, no. This place is stuffed with evidence, stuffed with dreams. I'm not so sure about the dreams. It won't open. Did you really think it would? Hey, pal, security is high-tech around here, and he's going to... Alright, so that's all of these. What's this? Some sort of bulky equipment is gathering dust here. What a sorry-looking fishing pole that is. Oh, it's one of his secret weapons. That's his personal pole. I never did get around to using it. It's the metal detector. Wait, I've seen that somewhere before. Right, pal, that's the metal detector. The one that led to the solving of that case out on Cord Lake, remember? All right, wow, that feels like it was ages ago. Oh, no. And, I don't think I've seen this one before. Oh, that's a bug sweeper. I'm sure it will come in handy in solving some case sooner or later. So, why do you have a bug sweeper? Why? What prompted you to get this? You can't judge a person or a machine by their cover. You gotta look at their heart. Okay. Okay. Cool. You do you, boo. Why is there... I guess we just don't get to know about the paint. Or I guess we'll investigate the paint over here. What is a saw and paint doing here? Since the dawn of time, true art has always been a war against oppression. True art? I noticed that there's blue and yellow paint here. Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the Blue Badger? Well, you might say this is my studio. Oh my god, Gumshoe. Here in the evidence room? No! No. Gumshoe, please. What's this blood? It's a little worn, but there's definitely a handprint here. It looks like someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright, what if there are other bloodstains left in the room? We should use her testing fluid to check it out. Yes, we will do that eventually, but not at this, like, very specific moment, okay? Calm down. Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces. Detective Gumshoe, perhaps? There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of hooligan. That's apparently from the case. The case? The SL9 instant, pal. See the sticker on one of the pieces here? Another piece of SL9 evidence. Yeah, take a closer look. What is it? I wonder what shape these pieces were in before whatever it was broke. Want to try to put it back together? Haha, good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Well, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up. That's why I always carry around a tube of glue. Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place. Okay. Shame I can't rotate this. No, I need something. My God. Okay. Actually. Yeah, I think this is it. Yep. Okay. Next piece. Okay. Kind of tall. Probably not. Oh, not quite. No. No. Definitely not. Too small. No, I think it might be more something like this. So it might actually be... Oh, wait, yeah. Wait, no, come back. There it is. Nope. Come back. There we go. Alright. Kind of freaky shaped. No, not this one. Might be... Actually, it might be... I wish I could see this better. No, I don't think that's it. No. No. Maybe this... no. No, that's a... Yeah, that's the wrong profile. No. I don't think so. No. Distinct, maybe. Okay. Let's see. It might actually be this. No. No, that's not it. No. I've seen this piece. Yeah, that's what I thought. Let's try this one. Okay. Yep, there it goes. Okay, so this is some sort of... No. I keep hitting, like, the... Seriously? Oh, it must be this one. Alright. Thank you. I'm just gonna pretend that fit. Okay, and this is still missing a piece. So there's still a piece of this missing. Well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing. Yeah, I got that far too. I got that far too in 2 minutes myself. The problem is finishing it. Were some pieces stolen? I bet they were missing to begin with. Still, it doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar. I kind of understand how it got broken. Yeah, like this jar is very top heavy. And it looks like it requires both of whatever these are to actually maintain balance. Someone left a glove here, but only one. Oh, it's evidence. SL911. Detective Gumption, maybe? There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. That's evidence from the case, you know? You mean SL9? It does have a tag on it. Extremely thin rubber glove. Interesting. Bam. Look, this one's open and the red indicator light above the door is lit. That locker is coated with Detective Goodman's fingerprint. Detective Goodman's locker. Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that? Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it. It's empty. They must have taken the contents elsewhere. Interesting. And if you put these pieces together, it makes a jar. These are two things that bother... There are two things that bother me. One, why are some of the pieces missing? Two, doesn't it seem a little unstable? No wonder it broke. I'll make sure to remember that the next time I make a jar. Alright, and then we are going to break out this. Allow me to say one thing, speaking as a detective. If I see a piece of... Oh, okay. Can I just... Oh, you know what? I think we need to be in examine to use it. Examine. Court record. There we go. Oh, hello. What do we have here? There is a partial handprint. If I had to guess, possibly a left hand. There's no reason for the murderer to touch the spot if he fled out the door. This just might be something significant. Yeah. That's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal. What, this? It's called luminol testing fluid. Where'd you get your hands on that? Huh? I'd like to get some too. I'll just borrow 50 bucks from the chief. Where do you get this up? I always buy it by mail order. Well, I'd better jot this down on the floor plans. Okay. No! Give me back my luminol. Come back. Just in case anything else got touched. Ooh, yeah, so this is the smear. We already knew about this one. Okay, so this is a right hand. What? What's the matter, detective? The sucker, it's mine. It's yours, please. You have to help me. When they come to take me away, promise you'll testify that I wouldn't hurt a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals? This is an important clue. I'll jot it down on the floor plans. I'm counting on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police. What? But you're a detective. Alright, so Gumshoe's locker has blood on it. Which makes sense because someone else has blood on it too. So that's a right hand. I'm relatively certain this is probably a... This is either a left or a very strange right hand. Just judging from where this blob here in relation to the fingers. But then again, it's also a little high. Yeah, it's a little high for a thumb. So it actually might just be another right hand. And then I saw the pool. That must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, detective? Pale blue blood. Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien? This proves that something really happened in front of the locker. I'll make a note of it on the floor plans. Hey, if you don't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. Alright, so... just to make sure... Alright. Now, that was a bloody, violent case. Violent, so it was a murder? A serial killing. Ooh. Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. But the killer made a mistake, and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him. And this was 2 years ago? That put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight. And started the rumor mill. Rumors about forged evidence? It was supposed to be all cleaned up with the transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is. Huh? What do you mean? Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, see? So that switchblade knife, the victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself? Hey pal, look at the time. Was there something you needed to be going to? It's just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee... Okay, so the meeting should be almost over. I'm going to give them my report for the day. It's a menu. It might help, you know. Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer? The one that says nothing but no problems? Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this. I believe in him. Who needs enemies when you've got friends like Detective Gumshoe? I'm off, pal. Later. Love him. I should probably see what Edgeworth has to say, too. So first things first, I want to see the updated floor plan. Okay, yeah, so we've got blood here, well, handprint here, pool of blood here. That's a very large pool of blood. Good lord. Yeah, I don't think we're getting anything else here. I do want to see if he knows anything about Edgeworth being here. The sheriff's back in the Wild West didn't place much faith in evidence. About the only thing they trusted was their shooting hand. This is neither Wild nor West here. But that and this are two different things entirely. I guess so, huh? I'm lost. Looks like we need some evidence to get anywhere with this guy. Although I want to see what he can tell me about all of the SL9 stuff. Nope. Okay, so none of this will okay, so you won't talk about any of this. Come on, sir. Okay, you know what? I'm putting this Pokemon controller. Come on. You gonna acknowledge the controller there, game? No? Yes? Yes. There we go. Okay, so he won't tell us anything here. Okay. And he doesn't know anything about the blood. Okay. So we'll just keep moving. We'll just, actually, no, stop. Just make sure. Okay. Let's move on to police department entrance. That's not what I was looking for. Just to make sure I'm not losing my mind. Alright, he's clear. Let us go to the underground parking lots. And let us go see Edgeworth. Okay, good. He's actually in his office. Love this for us. Oh, this is not... What is the bellboy doing here, sir? I guess it's my apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave so long. What are you doing here? There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand. Right. He has the hotel bring him tea service? Man, how far? Where is your office in relation to that hotel? Sir! Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry? I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Ah, yes. He brought me the latest information, it seems. Really? Was it helpful? Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow. Aww. The real info is on the other side, Edgeworth. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him. I'm going to be a menace to society. Alright, please, I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea? I'll pass on the tea, just tell me about the case. Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth just told you no in a very polite manner. Whose side are you on anyway? Maybe if I just show him my best evidence, I could get some reaction out of him. Oh, by the way. Oh, right, I'd better check this now. As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID card usage? Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Oh, he actually did go in there. I was right. Why, Mr. Edgeworth? Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less? The Chief of Police? He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbing, I brought this back here. Can I ask what kind of case it was? I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. Now I'm curious about this other case. I'd better make a note of it. Unrelated evidence, screwdriver added to the court record. Stubborn as always, I told you this has nothing to do with the current case. The fact that he knew we were adding it to the court record. Right, okay, so that's just evidence. Okay. I mean, we already got a reaction out of him. Okay. He won't discuss the blood. Okay, so it seems that this was our evidence. So let's start with the inquiry. So how did the inquiry committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again? Again? I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago. Sir! Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney. However, something happened. They gave control of the investigation over to the police department. Police department? Oh no. Yes, any further investigation for this case will be directed by the chief of police Gant. I can do nothing but wait for his results. I see. Why, I ask you, why? All along, I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of, but still. Wow, I've never seen him this out of sorts. Aww! I feel so bad. I feel so bad for him. I like how he still says that it's evidence in the case. I just want to see if he has anything to say about the new stuff. Oh, actually, you know what? Will he tell me about the... No. Okay. Why are you like this, sir? Alright, so we already showed him this. He confirmed that he was in the room. Everything else here? We should already have his opinion on. So let's go... Okay, she's gone. Interesting. It doesn't look like anything has changed here. Although we do have a screwdriver. Let's try detention center. I want to see you. Give me your ID number, please and thank you. Officer Meekins, could you take a look at this? I'm sorry, sir. Really sorry, but I have no idea what that is. Maybe you should ask Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Wait, how does he... Okay, so his number is not on this sheet. He is none of these. Wait, how is he none of these? Unless he's the 4989596? Because he claims to have been in there, you know, investigating the suspicious person. Huh. Okay, Gant's missing. Well, quote-unquote missing. Cowboy's missing. Nobody's around. Oh, this is bizarre. Everyone has left. So I guess we should actually just continue to pester Edgeworth, to be perfectly honest. You there, sir. Hello. What can you tell me about? Showed you all of these. Showed you this, showed you this. I feel like I showed you everything here, though. Let's see, do you have anything new in your office? He wants such a prestigious reward, why would he just leave it on the couch? Well, but then again... He always hated receiving rewards. He'd make some smart remark like, I know the path I've walked, no one else needs to tell me. Oh my god, pretentious. That's just how he's always been. Oh my god, sir. Wow, this jacket is even lacier than his usual. What's this supposed to be, his lucky trial jacket? I've never seen him wear it. Yeah, exactly. Oh. Man, that's weird. Mason Bouquet, no kidding. Hey, there's a card on it, back from the dead, Wendy. Oh yeah. And that's why it comes with the Steel Samurai, because she's the security guard. Between a rock and a hard place, Wendy. Is she Mr. Edgeworth's fiance? No. For whatever reason, she just adores him. For no discernible reason other than he's young and good looking. What a view, must be nice to have a view off of the 12th floor, etc. and so forth. Tea. Also, interesting that he has the hotel bellhop come over to his office to serve tea when he's got a full tea set with tea in his office. Make it make sense. Just make it yourself. Yeah, I don't think anything in his office has actually changed. Some people are easy. I guess? But like... She could be his grandma. She could be his grandma. Alright, yeah, no, Wendy is very old. Wendy is very, very old. She is the security guard from the Steel Samurai case. And here, let me go and grab a picture of her. Wendy's Can I like just get a Google, please? I don't know why, but like my mouse drifts whenever I have my controller plugged in while I'm like tabbed out of a game. Come on. Let's see, Salmonella. Does Wendy not have a page? Cody Hackins. I think that means you have controller drift. No! The controller doesn't drift, it's my mouse! So what I'm thinking is like, for whatever reason, the controller is interfering with the other. Can I just get the... Oh, that's a video. That's not what I'm looking for. Just want her face. Oh, there she is. Hello, man. Absolutely stunning. Okay, so... Who wants to see... Who wants to remember what Wendy looks like? Where is she? Can I like get... Okay. Bam. And let's... Browser. Alright. Meet Wendy. This is Wendy Oldbag. This is the lady who has sent Edgeworth flowers and also a steel samurai statue. This is her. Like I said, old enough to be his grandma. Amazing. Alright, so let's see. So we already showed him the log that indicates that he was there. Trying to think. So I'm pretty sure we've shown him everything else here. Brought back to his office by Gant's request. You know what? Let's check this over. Yeah, what's this? AI 16. What's that got to do with anything? Nothing, apparently. At least that's what Edgeworth said. That makes it seem all the more suspicious. Who knows? This might turn out to be the clue that breaks the case. Wouldn't that be nice? Alright, is there anything else? Is there anything on it? There's like nothing on it. Which is interesting. Although, can I talk to him about a... Nope. Okay. Interesting. Okay, let's check these over. The text says SL911. I guess this is another piece of evidence from the case. You know, I never did care for the word tag. It's confusing, huh? It's so confusing. Do you know how many other words sound like it? Bag, gag, nag, lag, whatever zag is. Is that a word? Do you challenge me? Ha! It's not. What, are we playing a word game now? Alright. So, well, it was apparently a serial killer. Alright, so this is a left-handed glove. Interesting. Implying that there's either no right hand or the right hand got stolen. Oh. That's not actually the button I wanted. I wanted to check it out. Because it's got blood. Hey, look. They're hard to make out, but there are some dark red stains here. Looks like blood. Do you think Detective Goodman's blood somehow got on this when he was stabbed? Not likely. This blood looks like it's been here for months, maybe longer. This jar was evidence in the SL9 case, which we know was violent. It was a serial killing. That might be when the blood got on it. Yeah, entirely possible. This looks like a blood splatter of some kind. If I had to guess from the shape, might have been in the background. Especially since we're fairly certain. Actually, no. We don't actually know if this was whole going into the locker. We assume it's missing pieces because we found it broken on the floor. But this could have broke because someone like smashed someone over the head with it or something. Which would then leave this big ol' empty bit, and then the rest of it would have broken, you know, during, you know, the tussle. But what I want to know is why he was asked, he was asked to go to retrieve the screwdriver, which is oddly specific. Although, that does put him... Why do I have a weird feeling that Gant's behind it somehow? Like, behind the stabbing. Because he's basically setting up Edgeworth to look really bad. And that got the investigation tossed out of the prosecutor's office back to the police department. Which would put him in charge of it. Which means he can control everything. Curiouser and curiouser. But yeah, so I'm trying to think, because I don't think Because part of me feels like we're not done with Edgeworth, but like on the other hand, I think we are. And I'm like trying to think who all we can talk to, because there's like no one here. Because there's this guy. And he's got nothing to say. Except for this, which is how we got this added into the court record. So that's how that got there. And then I wonder what he knows about the screwdriver. Anything? Nope. Okay. He doesn't know. I mean, we could try asking Edgeworth again about the screwdriver now that we know. It feels like we're just repeating ourselves, though. Yeah. Yeah, so we showed him this. Yeah, so this is evidence, yeah. And he's like, yeah, I was there, which is eventually, yeah, it's like, look, I was asked to go, but I can't. He wanted me to grab something. He wanted me to grab the screwdriver from a different case. AI-16. So, what? Chief has never wanted to explain himself in any case on the day of the stabbings. I brought this back here. What kind of case it was, we don't get to find out because it has nothing to do with the case. So as always. So, I feel like I'm missing something here. I can't decide what it is. Because there's like no one around. The crime scene hasn't changed. The evidence room hasn't changed except Gumshoe's not there anymore. We have talked to Edgeworth about the ID sheet. We have confirmed. Oh, you know what? I wonder, is it going to make us go all the way back here to do this? Are you serious? Please tell me no. The defense attorneys have a tendency to want to show people things. Okay, so she's not going to... Okay, so... I guess the guest ID card just isn't on this list, according to her. Because she just doesn't want to confirm anything. So... Wait a minute. Whoa. 498-9596. So, 10 minutes after Edgeworth goes to the evidence locker, 498-9596 arrives and swipes in the first time. They leave at some points, and then they swipe back in at the same time as Bruce Goodman. Like, within the same minute. So whoever has 498-9596 could be our killer. Or at least could be our assailant? Although, the body in the trunk, like the whole thing makes it look like it was moved. So Mate was probably stabbed to death in the evidence locker and then moved. But you would have to get past the I wonder, do we have evidence? Wait, do we have access to the security cameras? Because he's no longer there. Actually. No, we don't have access to his security cameras? Are you joking? Looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room. There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. I bet we could use the computer to check on who went in and out of here. Yes, that's what I would like to do. I'm screaming. That is exactly what I want to do, but you won't let me. No. Beyond the door, a whole new world awaits us. We're at the evidence room where the murder took place. And our ticket to this new world is right here. The visitor's ID we borrowed from the chief of police, I'm guessing. Right, let's leave the saloon behind us in the dust. Ba 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 ba. Which is what we did. Why can't I actually check the security cameras? Why won't you let me? Why are you like this? Alright, so we know he was in here. We know Edgeworth was in here. I guess we kind of have to assume none of these are us. Or at least none of these are the visitor card. If I had to assume that 777 is probably the visitor card, to be perfectly honest with you, makes it nice and easy. Because it's all sevens. But what I'm trying to figure out is who that 5989 is. So, let's see. So, the cowboy is claiming to have been out, or at least not, you know, babysitting the cameras at the time of the murder. So that probably, I mean, it could be him, but unlikely. Part of me is kind of suspecting it's Gant, but we can't find him anywhere. And honestly, he probably won't show us that ID anyway. Star is not a cop, so she would not actually have a card of her own to get in here. She could steal someone's or use a guest one, but she's not getting in here on her own without anyone, you know, thinking she wasn't there, you know. The prosecutors apparently can get in here for reasons, I guess. Although, if Edgeworth is going... Wait. If Edgeworth is going to pick up evidence, he either got there early for a meeting with whoever 4989596 is, or, like, how did he get into a locker that's only supposed to open for the detective as a prosecutor? Edgeworth? How'd you get in that locker? Because either he showed up late by 20 minutes to a meeting with that 777 person, or he was 10 minutes early to a meeting with a 4989. But the thing is, though, is that he confirms that that was him, and we have evidence that he got back to the prosecutor's office at 5:12? It was 5:12, right? I'm not... Yeah, at 5:12. So he got in there and left very quickly. So either that evidence wasn't in a locker, or someone was already there? Because the other person... Yeah, because that 4989596 arrived too late for him to actually get back to the office when he did, without speeding. So, we can't, but, like, we can't actually push him on it, because it's not a trial, and we're just gathering evidence. But his story doesn't add up. At all. Not without someone going in without swiping. Which is entirely possible, but, like, who would he go in with? Who wouldn't swipe, you know? It has to be someone who swipes. Because there's no point. The prosecutors have their own swipes. Whoever went in after Goodman later on that day swiped, even though they were, like, within the same minute of each other. But yeah, no. I'm trying to think. I'm, like, missing something here. What's this? A piece of looks like a shirt. Better tidy up. Let's see. Or I'll get wrinkly. This is all... Yeah, that is all of Gumshoe's stuff. This is from when Gumshoe was painting the thing. This is open. Detective Goodman's evidence locker is empty. Only Detective Goodman himself can open this locker. So the person who took out this knife had to have been Detective Goodman. But why was it wrapped in the scarf muffler and stuck inside the car muffler? And how did that actually happen? That yellow crime scene tape, you know, yesterday was my first time seeing that. It was always my dream to push through the crowd and just step over the tape. It's a little daunting to encounter it again so soon. I think maybe you're overreacting just a little, yeah. Okay, so I wanted that glove, but okay. But like, that's strange though. It's like they chucked, actually, why is this piece of evidence draped over the crime scene tape? Curiouser. But no, I am like missing something and I can't think of what it is. Violet, if you are here, or anyone who actually knows this case, I would definitely appreciate a hint if you have one. Obviously nothing like super telling, but I'm just trying to figure out, because I have a feeling we're not quite done with Edgeworth, but like, unless it's showing him something that we've already showed him, I don't think we're getting anything out of him. No. Stop this. We've already showed him that. We're just going to show him. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait. Whoa, whoa, wait. There's no glue. No prints on this? You know, it's a shame. It's a shame that I can't spray these for blood. Because I wonder if the rubber glove has blood on it. Although there's only one, so someone might have taken the other one and used it to hold the knife. Yeah, so you're not going to elaborate on that because we've already tried it. I think we already asked you about the blue badger, right? Yeah. Yeah, Edgeworth is basically our only person to talk to, yeah. Here we go, come on. I'm going to... Oh, hello. Hello! I feel so stupid. Come on. Okay, we're going to skip right through this because I missed the beginning. So. I know you. You've probably got a hold of some information already, right? It all has to do with that case you were on, the SL9 incident. And some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in. You are the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. He must be talking about his father's murder in that elevator. Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. Okay, so there we go. Now we've got him talking. We figured it out, I think. Alright, the SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time. Gant, I swear to... Why does it always come back to Gant? That wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago too, then. He was a top officer and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Ashworth? What I want to know is why was a deputy chief of police on the investigation? In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't... Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something. My sister? What? If you were still studying forensic science. Huh? Yes, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this. Luminol testing fluid, Well then. You might have use for this. Thanks, Edgeworth. Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints. It's been chemically treated for better adhesion. For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know. I've no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth, you sly dog. You take me off my case, I will make your time on it hell. Edgeworth, really no need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks. How about giving these Detective Gumshoe as well? Fingerprinting set and fingerprint file received. Love this for us. Well, let's get going. One last investigation. Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. Yeah, there's been several suspicious handprints all over the place. So, well, first things first, we're going to start here. Let us grab the Z-Quatch record. And, okay. Cool. Wait, where's the record? Is it in profiles? Nope. Alright, cool. Alright, so I guess we are going to start with the... Oh, wait, that's a handprint. Oh, I guess we're... Man, I would like to investigate that blue handprint. I mean, it's probably, Gumshoes, but... That would be funny as all heck. Oh, actually, no, not criminal affairs. Let's go back out here. We will go back to the guard station. Go back to the evidence room. Sector 3, our investigation turned up a suspicious handprints. Here, in this blood on the detective's evidence locker. Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed. Zoom. The tutorial. Oh my goodness. First, choose a finger. Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. So let's choose the finger that will have left behind the clearest. I really can't tell the difference at a glance. Quick procrastinating and choose a finger. Probably this one, if I had to guess. Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done. Emma's starting to get that sparkle in her eyes. First, we sprinkled the aluminum powder around. Okay. It looks like that did the trick. Okay, the aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. Okay, imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake. See? That looks like fun. It might take some getting used to, though. It's fine. It won't go up your nose or anything. You just pour the powder on thick and blow it away, and blow away the extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright. I guess I'd better give it a try. Alright, we're going to just make a nice big pile. It's beautiful. You did it, you found one. But this looks nothing like a fingerprint. Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't. What does it mean? I think it means we're out of luck. Out of luck? The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves. Wait, how did it stick if they used gloves? Because the thing with fingerprints is that I'm pretty sure it's just like, it's like the residue from your hand on the surface. And that's basically what gets you a fingerprint. That's also how you get like unusable ones because they're like smeared or whatever. So how does this print come to be when it has nothing to stick to? Well, actually, no. It does technically have the blood, I guess. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations, but it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints? Looking at the locker door again closely. Yeah, there's other fingers. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. There's, oh, yeah, there's, whatever this is. Alright, and so because the fingerprints tend to be kind of large in comparison to the example. Well, what do we have here? What do we have here? Oh, is that not the full print? Wait, what? Why did it... There we go. A print so clear it's dazzling. Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away. So we're not done yet. This is quite a process. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? I guess she's right. All right, so look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth and point out the person you think left these prints. Okay. I can make a pretty guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So whose fingerprints would we most likely find on this evidence locker? If we had to guess, it's probably Gumshoes. So definitely not Lana's, definitely not Emma's, definitely not Angel's, or Gant's, or Meekin's. Nope. This is actually surprisingly close, but yeah, it has to be Gumshoe. Oh, that's cool. It actually rates it for you to tell you how, like, if you're like actually good. Ash found? Yeah, that's what I like to see. Aha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look. I guess that's probably because I was thinking so what. Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. Yeah, so then we have this other print here. Here. Let's see. Oh no. I think I have to choose the area. This is where we got a luminol fluid reaction, right? Right? There was a handprint here. Okay. Wanna try using this? Yeah. Check for prints. Oh, but I have to warn you about something first. What? The area with the blood was wiped away, right? We only ended up finding it using chemical means. Any prints in that area will have been wiped away too. Oh, right. So that means no prints. Would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hand. So somewhere... Are they supposed to be visible? Or just look anywhere? You know what? Here. Because this is the bloody hand. If I'm supposed to be seeing something here, I'm going to scream. Shame we can't dust the jar for prints. Okay, so there has to be prints here, right? Okay. So there's prints somewhere. Too bad we can't zoom out. But no, okay, so there's prints here somewhere. Now, the handle probably has prints somewhere on it. What is going on? I don't get it. Oh, okay. I don't know what it activated on. I will take it. But I genuinely don't know what it activated on. I was just spamming. That was bizarre. Alright. Nice and thorough, nice and wide. Nice and tall. And not good enough. All right. Let's get all these edges. Now that we know where the print is, I'm just going to saturate it with powder because it's not like the bottle's going to empty itself. All right. And functional print. Nice. Now, let's see. No. Oh. Well, it is turned somewhat. Let's see, he doesn't have that like weird little broken bit. No. This could be Marshall, actually, as I'm looking at it. Yeah, how good are we? Oh, hi Marshall, what you doing on here? These fingerprints, whose are they? Is it someone I know? I mean, technically, yes, it's Officer Marshall. Huh? Officer Jake Marshall. Emma, this is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminol reaction, the blood and the fingerprints are in the same place. Oh. So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a wiped blood stain. But why would Officer Marshall... It looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. We actually have decisive evidence for once. The rest of the evidence has always been kind of like well, not necessarily circumstantial, but it's always been kind of like weird. And kind of like indirect with how decisive it was. But this is just, he was literally right there. His fingerprints are right there. So what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana! Hi. Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. You just finished? Oh my god, I'm used to all-nighters though. Ma'am! So how did it go? It's as Mr. Wright suspects, the police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea? You struck your own plea bargain without involving your lawyer? Oh, ma'am, what do you mean? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind the simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Ms. Sky. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belonged to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Bloodstained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Sky? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. I really like her character design. It's really nice. It's a little interesting they gave her like an almost like military uniform, but at the same time though, like the prosecution has always had like a very interesting like fashion sense. Considering you have, you know, Edgeworth in like purple with a ruffled cravat. You have literally all of the Von Karmas. My god, all of the Von Karmas. So her having like a military uniform almost perfectly normal. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is about as ready as it gets. I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. Normal is subjective anyway. Exactly. Also, please tell me. Please tell me. Edgeworth is not styling. Let's be real here. Edgeworth? Styling. The Von Karmas? Styling. Oh, well, Daddy Von Karma, a little too much going on, but you know what? That suits them great, you know? Jess, are you saying he's not styling? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We do not diss on a cravat-wearing lad in this chat. Although I will say it's a little weird that it's not like in his vest, sir. His suit clashes with the courtroom so hard in color. Well, yeah, how else are you going to see him? Also, he compliments Phoenix very well. And that's more what matters. Also, his suit matches the tie for the judge. Come on. What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is what Techno shipping Phoenix. Yes. 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 We ship Phoenix and Edgeworth. Oh no. Have you not seen them? They're perfect. Absolutely perfect. They complement each other so well. The rivalry is strong. This is up there with shipping Elphaba and Glinda, okay? The strongest pair on the planet. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. Old Edgy has great fashion sense, exactly. Although, again, I will say, his cravat needs to be in his vest. It is functionally a tie. Sir, you do not wear your tie outside of your vest. Now, granted, it's so roughly. Actually, it might, what's the difference between a ascot and a cravat? Okay, you know what? Cravat. Ascot. This is anyone's. Okay, what is the difference between the two? Come on. Mouse, please. Just click. Why are you like this? No, come on. The enemies to lovers trope are sound way too stressful and full of arguments. Not if they're like perfect complements of each other, you know? Sometimes it just works. Like you feed the energy of like the other for the rivalry and it's just chef's kiss. All right. Let's see. So cravat is more of a tie. All right, are you going to help me with what a ascot is? Okay. So that did absolutely nothing to help clarify anything. So yeah, judging from pictures, Edgy, my lad, you need to be putting whatever that thing around your neck is in your vest. You are an affront to all things fashionable. That is the only thing I will give. That is the only criticism I will give. Where did it go? I just had a picture. Really good one. Oh, there it is. Can we just open this picture? Thank you. Okay, so technically this was from a store, but like... Edgeworth, my guy. This is what your ascot is supposed to be looking like, my dude. This is what you're supposed to be doing with it. In the vest. In the vest. I get it. It's fancy. It's roughly. I get it. Been there, owned one. But like, in the vest. It's a tie, sir. It's a tie. You gotta wear one like a tie. In the vest. Well, you know what? Whatever. We have gone on such a tangent with that. Oh no. Anyway, but yes, Edgeworth is ultra styling. And I will not take any arguments to the contrary. Not at this time. Anyway. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. So, he's presenting the case in the police department, and through that we should have both. Either that or there's going to be a second prosecutor, which I'm hoping not. I'm hoping it's just Edgeworth, but honestly, knowing this game, it could go either way. Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait. Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Oh boy. Oh, we're starting with Meekins. Oh no. Oh no. Hi, dude. Oh no. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir. I am Officer Mike. Why is your name Mike? No. This man is not a Mike. He's lucky if he's like a Sam. My occupation is that would be murderer, sir. Oh, well, he's not our client. He's not our witness. He can say whatever he wants. But everyone's just like, so you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You've got to believe me, sir. Actually, sir, I want you to call part of the younger generation, sir. A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me, sir. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir. Give us your report of the crime. Consider that in order. Yes, sir, as you wish. After all, I am part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir. Oh, no. Absolutely not. You can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm. Oh, no. Oh, no. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life, then I did it. After that, I passed out, until another officer smacked me awake. Then how come we didn't find your prints in the scene of the crime, sir? So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you. Do unto others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. What I need here is more info to work with. Yeah, like, one, who was it that smacked you awake? Why were you here? Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Can the judge please take the megaphone? I know. I wish he would. But also consider this judge is probably more effective than some of the managers I've had since I started working, just in general. So that's not exactly great track record for this man's. Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Now that's a scary thought. Yeah, that's scary. Evidence transferal was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. The Blue Badger? Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir. Yeah, I bet he could count to 5. He probably could. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. Wait, then how were you guarding the... Sounds like a very important mission. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Ah, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed in the room. I need info. Come on. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck. Give AO, so then your ID number should be listed on here, right? Yeah, which one are you? There it is. I found. Oh, is he all the 7s? Could you please read us the number? Oh, wait a minute. He went in twice. Or his card went in twice. 4989596. That's my number, sir. But the number, yeah, it's on there twice. Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room, and the second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down. So it was during that second time when, yes, sir, that was when I spotted the man on the security screen. Okay, data added to the ID card record. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir, a knife. Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you? What happened then? Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand. Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be. When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. I fought for my life, then I did... What? What exactly do you mean when you say you did it? I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. You took his knife? I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. I see. He must have been desperate. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood, and then the next thing I knew, yes, he punched me right in my face, sir. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. About what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that I was unconscious? All right. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain. That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered. That is, yes. When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir, that Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, you can all rest easy now. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor, only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins? With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gantz delivered it to me just this morning, sir. The chief? Delivered it? What is that? A videotape? Yes, sir, that's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room. What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me. A video of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into? I can almost guarantee that's not what happened. Oh, that's freaky. This is the things FNAF is built on. Also, why is the security camera at like chest height? This walked so FNAF could run. Oh yeah, no, this just walked so FNAF could run. Oh my god. Wait, where did he go? Wait, he just vanished. No. There's no other way. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So, Trenchcoat Man goes in, does things in locker. Cop comes in to fight. It pans off the fight, pans back. At no point do we see the Trenchcoat Man leave, but Trenchcoat Man is gone from the camera. Now, granted, if you know what the camera can see, you could easily crawl under the camera while it's looking away. Or at any point, really, and then just stand up when you're no longer in line of sight. But it can technically see pretty close to the floor, considering it saw, Meekins slouched up against the wall. Also, Meekins looked pretty badly hurt, judging from the big blood splatter on that jacket, on the trench coat. So I wonder if the blood on the floor is his. Edgeworth looks so thrilled. Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? What the hell is the wriggling piece of plywood? Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's the blue badger, sir. Why am I not surprised this isn't going smooth? Yes, well, anyway, this tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter someone in the evidence room and some sort of activity did take place. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that all right with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir, as you wish, sir. But yeah, no, that absolutely walked so FNAF could run. The creepy music and everything. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do so. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. How much you want to bet that there's some I don't know, admin override for high-ranking officials? In case someone gets fired or, someone needs investigated. How much you want to bet that there is a second set of prints allowed? Like, maybe Gant's. Or Marshall's. Because Marshall is the one who oversees the evidence locker. Just saying. And we did find his prints around a blood smear. You never know. What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have had to have been Detective Goodman. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. So... his face can't be clearly seen in the video. That is true, but there's no question. I mean, he opened the locker, the locker... so it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. Marshall's fingerprints were found, but they weren't found on the locker. They were found in a... oh, I wonder if this is how we can get Marshall's... the most important detail is not shown in this man's face, sir. If I may say something, sir, please do. After all, you are the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock, and it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it. Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again. Is there a problem with the security? I think so. I like how the handprint doesn't move correctly with the face. It's actually kind of funny. Makes it even more unsettling. Alright, so he walks in. The glove falls. Wait, so a glove fell. He goes in. And he's missing here, although he was in a winning, so whoever was in that trench coat was in a winning position. In that foot, wait, that's the metal detector. Okay, does this just loop? Okay, cool. Wait. Oh, that locker was open. No, that locker was already open. Yeah, no, that locker was already open. Yeah, no, that locker was already open. The light was on. I propose we have the defense point out the contradiction in the video. Yeah. Come on. Let me point out the lights, please. I have to point out the video. We can. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause. Cool. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Yeah, that's fine. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. You know what? I don't care. How does this guy ever become a police officer? That's a good question. All right. I'm just gonna let it pan. And whoop. There we go. Take that. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins. Sir? Do you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. Why are we playing the Blue Badger song? Please. I beg. Why? When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint. If it's a match, the light turns on and the locker is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. And also, the glove falls out, meaning that glove was probably jamming it open. Because it dropped as soon as that door opened. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind to a little earlier. But yeah, no, this music is going to drive me insane. Here, notice the light? You know, since this is a later DLC thing, the logic probably makes more sense. Yeah, probably. What's this? It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. What was that chicken screech? Meekins, please! Order, order, what's the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered. And the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know. It must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh, well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes. Why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor? We know why. Something was jamming it open. Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jam the system sensor? Something jammed the sensor? Say... There's something else that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's gotta be another clue somewhere in this footage. Like, immediately after it gets opened. You can't see it here. Although, I will say, interesting. A detective has been through here since then. Because that's, and, hello? No. Let's rewind it just a hair. Take that! I just need the glove. Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Thankfully, it does it sans music, so I don't have to go insane listening to it. Just drops out of there. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are opened. I often fall out and roll great distances when I open my car doors. He drives? You can't be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? I mean, it looks like it might be a little propped open, but the angle is kind of dodgy on it. All we know is that it definitely falls out too high to have been, like, on the bottom of the locker. Yeah, see, it just falls out from, like, the middle. This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie! 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Who is letting this man drive? But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator, but at the crime scene? There just might have been something that fits the description. But sir, by insulator, you don't mean... I think I finally figured this out. Come on, let me present the glove! Oh my god, why is it like 6 million miles away? I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker, but that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is that not so, Officer Meekins? Sir, it would appear so, sir. This poor man. He has gone through so much. Order, order, order. So are we to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman? Although, given those sideburns, can I see something really? Aw, I can't see your sideburns, sir, but I'm inclined to believe they're yours. Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edward? The defense has merely demonstrated the possibility, nothing more. The victim in the video is indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Sir? Me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. This is a joke. Very well, begin your testimony. Mystery Man Part 2. Okay. There's one other thing that proves that the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used this card. Well, it doesn't have to be him, is like the thing. An ID card record, I see. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 5:14 is that of the victim. Just before the crime, Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a wait. Involving police staff? There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now let us move on to the cross-examination. I want to see something really quick. Oh no, he came back. Wait. Let's see. One other thing. Must use their ID card. We still don't know who that 777 is. But it also technically doesn't matter, I suppose. It's too early in the day to have been the murder. Although it would have been someone prepping that. Let's see. So. What I want to know is how he used the ID card at the same time as, you know, being dead in the parking garage. It's like the problem. He pulled a knife on you. Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir. Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. Maybe he just panicked? Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out. What do you think? I'm confused. What? The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we've got. So it's apparently super blatant. Oh. Oh yeah, no, he was found dead in 2 different places. So let me see. What's this say? Between 4 o'clock and 5:30. It doesn't say where. That's not what I was looking for. That doesn't show the body, so that's fine. Part of me kind of wants to present this, to be perfectly honest. I'm gonna just toss down one, so I don't have to deal with like the rest of this, because it's been kind of long. Very easy, but very long. But I kind of wanna. Yeah, but like he was also a little busy being dead elsewhere. Oh, no. He's... No! Yeah, no, like he was a little busy being dead, you know? Oh, wait, no, this was found at the crime scene. Here we go. Yeah, no. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. No. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene, the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. A lost item report? It's only half completed. but it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess. You believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Also, his number starts with 5842, and then the missing item report is 5. He started filling in his ID number, but it looks like he got like the second number wrong, so he scratched it out. Because it looks like he's trying to fill in the 5-8, etc. But he has it like, it's either a 5-9 or a 5-4, it's missing the 8. But either way, it's entirely possible that he doesn't have it. So now what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Bingo. Order. Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo. Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are 2 grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That is, well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago, you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't going to end well. Oh, he knew! He was walking us into a trap! Well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Ms. Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness. Observe the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. That was a... I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. Of course. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Yeah, why was there a fake... who was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did they go? And why were they there? This trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something or else, Lana. What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? I'm going to object. One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. Why do we have to watch the entire... Why do we have to watch it again? Come on. Finish the video, thank you. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. We'll just shred it. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean, Your Honor? The defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh? Whom do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testify, what is his or her name? Walker, Texas Ranger, let's go. Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Edgeworth walking right into our trap. Love this. Love this. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. Chef's kiss. You set up a trap for us, Edgeworth. We set up a trap for you. This is how enemies to lovers works. You go blow by blow and eventually, you know, romance. This is how it works, Jez. That is why enemies to lovers is one of the best tropes going. It's the one-upsmanship and the competitiveness that makes it work. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured out anything. Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma, you always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Hey, bud, how you doing? Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later. Gumshoe, whoa. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? Come on, Gumshoe, tell me words. You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around while on duty. And to top it all off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, Detective. You better be, pal. Hey. I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. That's okay. So, have you brought what I asked? Oh, yeah. Oh. You mean this, right? My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Can I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident. Oh, we actually get to find out what happened? A lot of that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. In 20 minutes, this fat stack of files. I can't believe you, the chief prosecutor, were our witness in that case. She was a witness? Oh, God. This guy's a witness. She was a witness? Edgeworth was the prosecutor? Oh my God. Why? Files for the Joe Dark killing solved 2 years ago. What on earth? Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murders. Oh, what? Now that I've brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma, but why? Why is your name in here? What? My name is in there? I don't know, unless... No, it can be Lana. This SL9 incident, is that... That's the classification number the police filed it under? 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as... The Joe Dark killings? No, oh no, that's over with, no. Oh no, she ran away. Oh no, you know what, I just remembered I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, Pella, but I'm out of here. Oh no. Jake Marshall, Angel Star, Damon Grant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. Do I at least get to I better take a good look at this file. Can I read it, please? Do I get to read it? Please? I would like to read it outside of court. Oh my god. Trial forward, trial ladder. No! Oh, it's day 3, that's why. No! I get to read it in court, just as we're going. Oh no. Oh no. Alright, let's get it over with. I like how Edgeworth just kind of, I mean, not Edgeworth, Phoenix Wright just leans on his, on the desk. On his box. Just leans. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Emma didn't come back. Oh no. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand, the officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. One witness. Witness, please state your name and occupation. And stop drinking on the job. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Before he goes any further. Perpetrator Joe Dark, serial murder, sentenced death. Victims Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates, Neil Marshall? Any relation to our good detective here? Head No, stop that. Head prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, witnesses Lana Skye, Emma Skye. Oh, she was a witness. Executive investigators Damon Grant and Lana Skye. What was she doing investigating? Or maybe she was investigating on behalf of the prosecutor's office? And investigators Bruce Goodman, investigators Jake Marshall, Angel Star. Yeah, I wonder if Jake has any relation to Neil. Interesting. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know, you're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind call it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is that correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. I like how he asks for plain old English, and he gets that. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint activated. Oh, he doesn't know about them. What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful. Well, no. Not every cop knows about them. And back when he was a detective, they might not have even had them. He's not that good with machines or with following orders. Everyone's got their weakness now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. My job was to keep a wary eye on the bone orchard. How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still. Even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who interred the recordings. You interred them? Videos, if nothing, aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase a tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. My god, this guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. No desperados I know drain the police force. So Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was rubber gloves stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner. Can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired? Also, can I take this and present his handprints? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? You're... no. Okay, so I can't present... Like, we have evidence he was in there! We have the evidence! Let's try it here. Because he hasn't been in there in weeks, right? But, there we go. We found it. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd that is, you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime, and yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. Got that. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or, to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects. That is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. Ah, about that. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Got him. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene? The blood was wiped away. However, a luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? About the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints found at the scene of the crime. Like, yes, sure, they're there, like, because you are, but, like, they're covered in blood, sir. Blood! So, come on, game, please. Open again, thank you. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The blood stain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See? I had nothing to do with it. The witness's explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt. Life would be fun without any doubt, partner. I love this man. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something, I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. Well, no, we know that they were probably wearing a single... Actually, we don't know anything. Let me see what we got going on here. Joe Dark killings, the videotape. I want to see something. Does it look like he's wearing gloves? I mean, we didn't find any... Oh wait, no. No, it has to be. No, it has to be because the print closest to the scene of the crime didn't actually have any visible fingerprints. However, they could have been wearing one glove separate from the other. Let's see. A piece is missing. Print had been wiped. Extremely thin rubber glove, that's fine. One of them just happened to be at the same place. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me for a mirror with a fear fingerprint. You wanna know why? The blood stain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Unrelated? They're as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast, while the other's a type of murder. He's right, although seemingly alike, they're totally different. I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. Or didn't you know the murder? How did you know? How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was the blood stain at the scene thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. I can't let him squirm out of this one. I've got to find something decisive to tie Marshall to the crime. Well, I mean, we... Actually, you know what? I just realized that's probably not where, because the... Yeah, that's fine. No, because the SL9 files are going to tie... I want to see what else he has to say. That's because you... How did you put it? Pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That, and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What? What do you mean? Wait. Oh, from back in the day. Why would he still... That's the locker I used when I was the detective locker I still use. All that in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. I see. What does he keep in there, actually? It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently, his fingerprint data was never removed from the locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture. This seal of blood in the desert is just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. The security tape. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony. Okay. Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner? Why do I have a weird feeling we can prove that it is him? Come on. I want to see... Lord. Alright, so that's not open. Okay, so there's Meekins. Come on, come on! His face remains blocked the entire time. That's still closed. Come on. There's Meekins. is that in his... Oh, that's his megaphone. Ha! Got him. Got him. No! Maybe we... No. I hate this. I hate this, I hate this, I hate this, I hate this. We could try presenting the other glove. Where'd the glove go? Where? Because one glove fell out of the locker, and there's something stashed in that locker. Actually, we could try... No. So, right at the tail end of the video, that locker has been used. That is his locker that has been used. That is when something gets stuck in that locker. We don't see him actually use it, but it goes from having nothing sticking out of it to having something sticking out of it, right? It looks like the other glove from the pair, since we only found one at the scene. And then there was something white, maybe a shirt, maybe a glove, sticking out of his locker at the end of that video. So how we can prove that it's him, but how does it expect us to do it is kind of the problem. So it's not the videotape itself, I guess, because so it's either going to be the glove or it's going to be the handprint, I think. Or it could be the files, but I think it's either... Is this just a picture of the locker? Yeah. So I'm thinking it's either going to be this glove or the handprint, because we can't actually prove it's him. It's just, how is it expecting us to do it? Okay. No, it's not that. I mean, I have a safety safe down, so that's fine. No, we know that it's... Okay, so it's not his... Okay, so it's not the glove, it's not his handprint, it's not the video... Yeah, and so we're going to get the guilty here for Lana, that's whatever. That's why I put that in the save. Because right now, we're trying to figure out exactly how its logic is going. Because we obviously know what we can do. It's just how it's trying to get us to do it. So... we can prove it's him. We could try this, because he's on it. But... actually, we could try this to get us into SL9, which is the tag on the glove that fell out of the locker. But, like... no, because we can prove it's him. It's just, how do we do it? So it's not this, it's not this. It's not this. Let's try the file. No. Okay. Too bad it wasn't me. Well, it was. It actually was. Like, there is a contradiction right here. But it's like, how to prove it? Blood, blood. No, that's not going to show us anything, so... I don't think it's the map. Only the assigned detective's prints can unlock it. Indicator lamp lights up when it's open. It's not open. but it's clearly used. But it's like, how does it want us to prove that he used this locker? Also, how did he think he was getting into his own locker? No, see, this is like the problem I have, right? Like, all of the... Because we don't see the moment it gets opened, but we do have evidence that it was. So, it's not the glove. We could try offering up the locker? Or maybe we're on the wrong spot? Didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? Yeah, because the contradiction's here. But like, I'm trying to get him. Let's see. What do you mean by that? You mean you want to tie me to this crime? Isn't that right, partner? Yeah. If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. Okay. I guess we needed to push him on that. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots, places you can't see. Okay, so basically we had to push on this. The camera's panning back and forth because that gets us into the video. So if someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape, except we did actually catch him. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, yes. Show evidence. Yes. Okay, there we go. That's how we do it. Okay, so we just had to push him on that contradiction to kind of push it in a more favorable position, I guess, so that we could actually present the contradiction itself. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. No, we got this. Let's go. Okay, we're just gonna fast forward this because it's like all the way at the end. Yeah, see? Unused. Glove falls out. Still unused. A scuffle. Unused. He's missing. And there it is. Take that! Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker as shown in the video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Nice. Yeah, he knows the blind spots. So, oh yeah, we're rewinding back to show that there's nothing sticking out of it. Oh, the white cloth, it's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Look at that. Order, order. It would seem that's the only. Hold your horses. Sorry, partner. But you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was opened? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Oh, he doesn't know how it works. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker, now prove it. Fingerprint sensor? We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. Yeah, the locks aren't obvious, and not everyone even knows that they're there. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? I only got 1 word for you, partner. No! Okay, that was sick. The posture just going out. Order. Witness, explain yourself. If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Well, hey, please answer the question. It sure is a good thing everyone in Phoenix Wright, the Phoenix Wright universe is stupid. Well, like the thing is, though, is that he's not good with technology. In this case, him being kind of dumb makes sense. Because he's not good with technology. That is an established character trait of his. So for him to not know about the fingerprint sensor makes sense. He barely even knows how the security system works. Like, he knows about the cameras, he knows about the card swipe, and those are the only 2 things he was able to actually thwart, because he didn't know the 3rd one even existed. And, like, he's in charge of the evidence room? Yeah, and he's bad with technology. And he barely does his job to begin with. Like, it's an he has established patterns of behavior that actually justify how he wouldn't actually know about the fingerprint sensors and why, like, he would just completely forget about them. Like, he barely does his job. He only goes in there once a month. Like, he very proudly establishes this. Like, and we can see that regularly throughout the, throughout the investigation phases while we actually have access to the evidence room. Like, he's set up shop, but he's, like, barely there. He's constantly out, and his desk is covered in alcohol bottles. Covered. Like, he probably had more on his desk than I have behind me. Like this man is established to be bad at his job, barely actually watching the evidence lockers, and he barely even knows what, like, a fraction of the tech he has at his desk does. All he knows is the camera and the swipe. That's it. Also, I don't know if it'll come up, but that swipe being turned off when we went to go investigate could have been part of the investigation. Could have been an actual problem. Hard to say. Just because they were actively investigating it. So, I am not surprised. This specific specific guy was dumb. Like, everything about him not knowing the fingerprint scanners existed on the lockers fits perfectly with everything else we know about him. Like, perfectly fits. That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. We can. Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right, the only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Oh, Lord. Oh, and I didn't get to save. Oh no. So... I'm assuming... Wait. I'm waiting for the stream to catch up so I can then see the question again. Stream, please. Catch up. Consult the VOD. Okay, come on, come on. Up. Alright. So, let's see. Let's see, a bullfighter now, etc. and so forth. This is me going on and on and on and on. Come on. Move a little faster. My god, I talk a lot. Come on. VOD, please. There's no place to hide in the evidence room. Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. What do you mean he didn't see him? Cause, like, the problem is that it's... What do you mean he didn't see him? That's right, the only possible conclusion. Let's see. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Huh, okay. So, Meekins never saw well, that's the thing though. Meekins did see Marshall. Like, Marshall was the one who went into the locker. So what do you mean Meekins didn't see Marshall? Meekins had to have seen Marshall. What? So, yeah, no. Well, what do you mean didn't see no. What do you mean? Didn't see Marshall? So, when Meekins comes in? No. Okay, so Marshall comes in, goes rooting around in the locker, okay? Meekins comes in, turns the corner, and they scuffle here at the locker. Meekins gets knocked out cold up against this wall, and Marshall, minding the camera angles, ditches, hits up his locker and leaves. So I'm kind of... What do you mean he didn't see Marshall? Because he saw Marshall the entire time they were fighting. No? He saw a suspicious person on the monitors. That person was Marshall. The entire time. So he sees Marshall go dressed as the victim. He sees him go in and do here. And then they scuffle. And then he must, like, crawl along the floor? Because from the looks of it, the camera's probably somewhere, like, around here, right? So he has to, like, crawl along the floor and, like, ditch this way. Ditch here, and then out. I mean, arguably, he could probably stand if it's not, like, in this corner that I can't get my cursor into because of this present box. Like, if it's in, like, here. But it has enough of a blind spot that's probably, like, here, right? Because it only gets your chest. Actually, it's, like, on a wall, practically, because it only gets your chest here. But it does get, like, your whole body here. Or a good chunk of it. And it also gets a good chunk of here, too. So, at the time of the crime... No, I'm sure... I'm very confused what it means. Now, I do have a save down not that long ago. So, it's not in, like, the worst spot. But I'm very confused what it means. When they're saying that he didn't see Marshall. Like, was standing right there. Oh, there. But that's where the there we go. Okay, so that is okay. So that is Okay. So the Marshall, okay, so it was basically just trick phrasing. He had to see Marshall the entire time because Marshall was dressed as Goodman. Okay, there we go. I was not losing my mind. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman. There we go. There we go. I was just losing my mind and overthinking things. And just confused. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. Yeah, Meekins doesn't know. Meekins does not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. I entered the evidence room. I asked him to show his card, sir. And the detective pulled a knife. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner, and I'm gonna save so I don't have to struggle through that again. We've got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. This is the second time. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. Ugh. This can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. Basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside of the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise, but rather I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later, as it has been. Random objections go! Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions? I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Very well. Let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open his locker. Alright, so that glove falls out. He's rooting around inside. He rolls in. That glove is on the ground. He has the knife from the locker, I'm assuming. I don't think he loses anything. He doesn't seem to be missing anything. Okay, so it's either the glove on that falls out of the locker, because I would expect the locker to have 2, or it could be what he used to clean up the blood off that locker. What if it isn't a cloth but the costume? It could be. It could be, but like I'm looking at that coat, and that is way actually. It could. Oh, cause yeah, cause he got blood on him from attacking Meekins. So basically, this is either his jacket or like the cloth he used to clean up blood off the ground. I mean, like off the locker. Cause there's a wait. So that means he actually passed through here, I think. Cause there's blood behind this stupid animatronic. Oh, he actually used. Wait. Oh, that's so dumb. So he like puts down a blood spot there, and then somehow manages to get over there while it's panned away. Ah, that's so dumb. All right, so I'm waiting for. Come on, give me blood splat. Come on, come on, come on, come on. And let's try this. Let's try the blood. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. Yet? However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked. And the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. Also, congratulations, Wood. Congratulations on your detective reasoning. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that. So you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Also, why is partner in quotation marks now? Oh no. Now then, Officer Marshall. Are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, y'all wouldn't have to be here now would we? Ooh. Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. I need to know what's going on here. All right. It seems the time's come. I need to know everything. Marshall's confession. Oh boy. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. Fair enough. Stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. I managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera, which is fair. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. Sentence death. Victims. Prosecutor. So this is at 5. Well, the two of them were in there at 5:14. They probably would have still been in there at 5:15. So... yeah, and Meekins wasn't dead. There was no one else in there when the two of them were there at 5:14. Unless there was a body already there. But there's no evidence of that. Although... who is that 777? Who is that 77? Like all those sevens at 4:20. Who is that? That's like the one thing that's going to bother me forever. Who is that? There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. Could be true. But yeah, no, that is a very large pool of blood. And that blood splat on that coat was very large. Unstable jar covered with blood. Now that was old blood. So I'm just going to put that down there. Thank you. Okay, I think we're just going to need to start pushing on things. When you say it, you mean someone with a large ego who gave themselves all sevens would have a big ego? Yeah, it could be, that actually could be Gant. Like how Karma's ATM code was, yeah. So it could be Gant. But... like, I don't like how Gant's just been acting this entire time. And that's probably a red herring, to be perfectly honest, because a lot of the times in mysteries, when someone feels like they're the, you know, like they're the person who did it, it isn't usually them. Now, granted, that's Lana, technically, and obviously because we're playing, you know, defense lawyer, we know she isn't the one who did it, and that's why we have to figure out who did. So we're basically starting from that point of, you know, who is the second most likely, and then kind of working out from there. So that does put it at Gant, to be fair, but we'll have to see where this goes. Do you even have to ask the SL9 incident? 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I had anything to do with it. That incident is not over, but what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time, no matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. But what if they are subverting the plot by subverting the plot of making it not obvious? I mean, that's why I said usually. But if they wanted to subvert it, yeah, then it would be Gant, it would be Marshall. Actually, technically speaking, if they wanted to subvert it entirely, it would be all three of them working together. It would be Gant, Marshall, and Star all working together because they are the only other people. Let's see. So basically if we wanted to subvert it entirely, Lana is currently the only person we know for sure didn't do it. Goodman's dead, and that leaves the other three. Gant has all the power to pull strings. Marshall and Star, all they have to do is do all the dirty work. If they wanted to subvert it, it would be the judge. Well, I mean, yes, obviously, if they wanted to completely subvert it, it would be the judge. But if we're going to say that, you know, Phoenix Wright, as a game, the writing wants to turn that trope of the people who look the most guilty didn't do it. If they wanted to turn that on its head, it would have to be Gant, Marshall, and Star working together. Because again, Marshall and Star, all they have to do is do the dirty work, which they did a fantastic job of, by the way. All Marshall has to do is play the role of Goodman. Star gets to actually commit the murder. Gant gets to pull all the strings, cover it all up. Hush, hush. No one knows the wiser, you know? That's basically the way to completely subvert it. Holy nuts, your internet is finally working. Your ISP must be fools to mess with someone Who knows an Eldritch you? This is true. Yes, no, I had to convince them to to fix it. But yeah, no. If they wanted to turn it on its head, it's the three of them working together, trying to frame Lana. They're also framing Edgeworth, and then Emma is a teenager. You can't really do much about her, except ruin her career down the line. But no. So they're framing Lana, they're framing Edgeworth, and then they murdered the head investigator. So it's literally like if they wanted to do it, it's the three of them. However, we have Marshall here. I don't care what anyone says, that case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much? That day was my last chance. That's why I... Solo detectives, wanted to take it out of evidence. Why did you disguise yourself as the detective? Goodman, if I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera and the detective's ID card. I stole that the morning of the incidents. So that really was Goodman started. Why? Yeah, so that is why. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor of the prosecutor's office parking lot. Why? Oh, because he was there at the crime scene. Managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean, the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. Oh, wait. Wait, so that means... That 777 must have been the temporary number for Goodman. So... Yeah, so if Goodman goes in there at 4:20 before Marshall goes in there, before Edgeworth goes in there, before Meekins goes in there, he could be doing something in that locker. The glove accidentally gets stuck in the door. Marshall goes in there practically an hour later, sees that he can just get in, nice and easy, just takes everything and goes to leave. Meekins catches him, knocks him out. But that doesn't explain how Goodman winds up dead at the same time. Obviously, Goodman had to have left. Allegedly, Goodman was summoned to the prosecutor's office. By who? Which, of course, means that there's an accomplice. Presumably to get the real Goodman out of the way so that the fake one could go into the evidence locker and take the stuff. So that implies Star, maybe, considering she was also on SL9. Gant could have done it, but has no reason to. Although, with the transferals, arguably you could just send Goodman wherever you want in the name of transferals. Just waste his time, basically. So, that 777 is probably the actual victim. If I had to guess. Just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type of person, mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his race this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way, with me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. Oh. So you knocked Officer Meekins out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on camera. That's fair enough. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker? Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone? What? Sir Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Maybe Goodman took it? Or someone else stole the evidence. Well, Gant sent Edgeworth in there for a screwdriver, right? So Gant could have done it. The swipe was disabled at some point, so you wouldn't have actually needed. I wonder. Let's see. Yeah, no, I think it has to be this and this. No. Nope. Well, I should have a save right before this, so this should be fine. So, shush! Not on my watch. Alright. Shush. Alright, so... yeah, and we're just going to spam. Come on. Stolen evidence is definitely no good, man. Aw, meatball. Okay, so there wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. Managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. Wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. Knocked him out. Stolen detectives. ID dressed like him. Planned to take out the evidence. So, there is a broken vase. What is the significance? So... Found a bloody handprint on Marshall's own locker. Print has been wiped. By who? If it could have been... It still could have been Marshall. Using, like, the trench. So, the only evidence... Yeah, no, there was evidence on the floor. The glove fell out as he was opening it. Yeah, no, that safe was... That locker was empty. In the video. So, I'm trying to figure out... We're trying to figure... So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is on that day, there wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. I mean, it could have happened before then. Yeah, no, it had to have happened before then, because the time of death is anywhere between like 4 and 5:15. So that 777 could have resulted in death, but there's like multiple people through there. Although we don't know when... Actually, no, the swipe had to have been disabled afterwards, so that was probably disabled from the investigation. Let's see. Jar piece back together from fragments found at the crime scene. The piece is missing. I had to do it. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. No, so we know what ties him to it, aside from... So he wasn't the lead, but I have a feeling this Neil Marshall and Jake Marshall are probably related. Although... impersonating Bruce Goodman makes sense. So... how do we prove... There is a problem in here somewhere. I'm trying to figure out... They're, yeah, they're... But the blood indicates something. That was a flush wound on his hand. When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. Still missing. Although, are they trying to imply that that vase is not evidence? Someone else stole the evidence. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I'd better take another look at the files. See, okay, so it has something to do with the SL9 incident files. Oh, that was the wrong thing. I hit the wrong button. No! Well, this is why I have that safety save. So this is fine. I'm just a little dumb. Alright. So let that guilty come through. Let it come through. Beautiful. Alright. So, now that we're not throwing by hitting the wrong button. Alright. So. Perpetrator, Joe Dark, serial murder, death. Victims, Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates, Neil Marshall, probably related to Jake Marshall, who was one of the investigators. Trial data, head prosecutor, Miles Edgeworth. Witnesses, Lana Skye, Emma Skye. Executive investigators, Damon Gant, Lana Skye. Weird. Why is she an investigator and also a witness? Why is Jake investigating the murder of a marshal that's probably related to him? My god. Alright, head investigator Bruce Goodman murdered, impersonated. Okay, we have an explanation for that. That makes sense. So... and then that's all we have. So... you pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? I should say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room no longer than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type of person, mistaking a detective. The fact that he used this knife that he also shaves his face with. Disgusting. Sir. Gross. Managed to escape. Wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15 because the body was found. Let's see. Date and time of death, February 21st, between 4 p.m. and 5:30 p.m. Cause of death. And if memory serves, the body was found at 5:50. Actually, 5:30. How did we establish 5:15? Was that based off of Edgeworth's return to the prosecutor's office? I guess so. So, and then there was a call about the muffler to Emma made at 5:18. So the murder had to be between these time. Well, the body had to have been at the prosecutor's office by 5:18, which means that it had to have been at 4:45 for 4:40. Wait a minute. Whoa. Where did that list go? So, at absolute latest, it had to have happened when Miles Edgeworth was in the evidence room to be at the prosecutor's office for 5:15, because that's roughly when people found it. But it also can't have been earlier. Oh no. Oh no. Because no one else came in between Edgeworth and Miles, and in that 10 minutes, someone could have moved a body to Edgeworth's car. Actually, no, because okay, so let's do some thinking. So the murder cannot have been at 5:15 because the body was found at the prosecutor's office at 5:15, right? So that means it had to have died somewhere between 5:30 and 5:40 to have been there in time for 5:15. Technically speaking, 4:45 would have done it, but it was found in Edgeworth's car trunk, so it has to have been at latest when he left at like 4:42. So how did it get into his trunk? Because the lock was broken on his trunk. Let's see. No. So Gant sent Edgeworth into the evidence lockers to get a screwdriver. That was evidence in a case like AI 11 or something like that. And that was at 4:40. So that means he was, you know, distracted. So a murder could have taken place. Well, he would have noticed the body at 4:30, at 4:40 if it was. So that blood pool. I'm trying to remember. Was it visible on the ground? I'm trying to think. If that blood pool was visible in the... There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. Yeah, no, that's true. It literally can't have been at 5:15. No, that's actually true. Let's see, I knew... Plan on taking out the evidence. Yeah, no, that's not it. I'm like trying to, yeah, it's just gonna toss us back into the save, I don't care. So let's see. So the murder, okay, so the murder is obviously tied to SL9. How, like, Wright keeps referring to the files as we press. So we need to find a way to get SL9 into the conversation. So the knife, so this knife and all of the other evidence was allegedly stolen before he even got there at 5:14. So I would wager that was probably at 4:20 when that mystery code came through. He said there was no murder at 5:15. I believe that because that's when the body was found at the prosecutor's office. So that murder technically actually had to have been somewhere between 4:20 and 4:40. Because that's the only way it gets into Edgeworth's trunk at the prosecutor's office at 5:15. So where's this contradiction? It's here somewhere. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught because he did his homework. All right, we're gonna have to... When you say it, you mean, do you even have to ask partner? The SL9 incident 2 years ago have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over, but what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. no matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner, that case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance, that's why I stole the detective's ID, and just like him, I plan to take out the evidence. So, I'm pretty sure here I tried to present the case files from that to show kind of like why he cared, but that's not really a contradiction. It would have been better if it allowed me to expand on that and then present in the files, but I guess that's not what it's going for. I stole the detective's ID, and just like him, I plan to take out the evidence. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. Yeah, so you did it to fool the security camera, and the detective's ID card, I stole that the morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report, but why did he stop in the middle? Why didn't he complete... Yeah, why didn't he complete that item report? The lost item report? What distracted him in the middle? I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he would have because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall, which we can probably prove. We could try presenting the record. We could try presenting the ID card record here to show that Goodman or someone cleared out the evidence ahead of time, or at least went into that locker before he actually ever showed up. Hi, Taper, how are you? I am losing my mind. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins, blah, 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 that I remember. I managed to escape because he's prepared. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15, which is true, because it happened somewhere between 4:20 and 4:30. Or no, 4:30 and 4:40 technically. Well, 4:20 and 4:40 technically. I'm trying to figure out which direction this logic is trying to go, because it's acknowledging that the SL9 incident files are an important piece of evidence here, but it's not directly relevant to anything that he's saying. Well, it technically is here, but it just proves why he couldn't stand by and let it die. It doesn't actually reinforce a contradiction. Like, if I could just press and then have it come up and bring it up that way, that would probably be more how I would go about doing that. If you're lost by pressing all of his... Try pressing all of his statements. Yeah, I know I have. So, the thing we've established is that someone with Goodman's prints or other access to it, because allegedly there's no admin override access to get into these. It has to be Goodman. Yeah, no, so basically by pressing everything, we have established that he has some more than normal tie to the SL9 incident. I kind of assume he's probably related to Neil, so he's taking this a lot more personally than the others would have. Aside from the fact that they all got demoted for it, and Gant got promoted at some point afterward. We've established that he could not actually, well, like the murder could not actually have taken place at 5:15 because that's when the body was found at the prosecutor's office. So, which is why we have reason to believe that 777777 was actually Goodman on a temporary card because his was stolen, as Marshall like just straight up confesses to. And that was at 420. We also have evidence that Goodman was in his own locker prior to Marshall going in at 514, because that's how Marshall was able to get in the first place. A glove, whoever was in there before the hand, a glove was accidentally left like impeding the door and it just didn't lock. So Marshall was able to get in just by sheer dumb luck. Aside from, you know, the bad luck of someone having removed all of the evidence and, of course, Meekins attacking him while he was disguised as the detective, the victim. We know that Edgeworth obviously went in there because Gant wanted him to go in there for a piece of evidence for AI-11, which is the screwdriver, if memory serves. So the murder, if it happened in the evidence room, had to have been somewhere between 420 and Edgeworth getting in there. Because Edgeworth didn't find a body, didn't find a murder, or else he would have reported it, right? And it was found in his car at the prosecutor's office at 5:15. So it could not have been there. So like the murder couldn't have happened after Edgeworth swiped in, basically. So unless Edgeworth did it, which unlikely, it's weird. So yeah, basically I'm just trying to figure out how to get SL9 in here, or otherwise, because there was a jar. Yeah, so there was a broken jar that seems to be tied to SL9 as well. That disproves that all of the evidence was stolen. There is also the glove that jammed the locker open. That disproves that all of the evidence was stolen. But the problem is that I'm not entirely sure what to do with it. And basically at this point, see, I plan to take out all the evidence. Yeah, I know. Still at the morning of the incident. Return to the parking lot. What do you mean? Yeah, so that gets that. And then I believe this is where he admits that the evidence had been stolen before him. Come on. Oh, no. Or maybe it's here where he says that it was stolen? But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? He's claiming that the blood all came from Meekins. So you saw the evidence from the locker. Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence? Still missing, Your Honor. Which is not entirely true. Locker's already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I'd better take another look at the files. But the thing is that looking at the files doesn't get us any actual useful information. Or at least it does. Well, it gives us useful information. It's just, how do you apply it? Right? Because I tried to apply it to the first thing he said to, there wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So, basic information, and I don't know how to apply it. So it's less that I'm lost, and I'm more trying to figure out what it's asking of me. Because it has a lot of leads and a lot of different directions it could go, but no real clear path to application, you know? So, because this is true, like, the timeline prevents this from being false. Like, entirely false. But this also opens up the whole, oh, the evidence was stolen, except, look, there's, like, pieces of evidence that were not stolen. One here, one here. This is allegedly not related whatsoever. Allegedly. So... But yeah, so basically I'm just lost on how... Wait. Wait. Okay, guys. Is it just me? What is that? What is that on the ground? Come on, go. Pan back. Come on. What is that on the ground, actually? Wait. Oh, he's in the way. No, sir. And I think Meekins is going to wind up in the way. Also, I hate that I keep wanting to call him Meesix. It's boggles my mind. No, I need... Wait, is that blood? Is that blood on the ground? Hello, come on. Wait. I wish I could pause it now. Is that I think that's blood, actually, on the floor. Because it's hard to tell because it's like right at the bottom of the frame. But nothing else smears. Like there's no distortion around the edges of the picture. So... we could try presenting the security video here. And then, because although it's accurate, there was evidence of, well, he's trying to claim that the blood came from Meekins, but actually, wait. Where does he... No, around here. No. Try to drive him off. No. Happened to your knife? No. Okay, it's not this one. Or maybe it was the murder at the end. Oh, no, actually. Oh! Wait a minute. Moreover, you're an officer. This will have serious consequences. Salary cuts are a valid solution. Oh, okay. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine, and I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. Wait. Oh. Okay, so eventually it just... I can't decide if it's taking pity on me or if that was literally what I was supposed to do. I think it took pity on me. No! I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. Yeah, this is last day, so we're just going to finish out the trial and then we're going to end stream because I see it's 8 o'clock, but I doubt it's going to get a day 4 considering they've established so much that day 3 you're done. Neil Marshall, are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. He received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What, a prosecutor? He must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. Now, I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right, he was killed, and the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother! Oh, and they're both cowboy themed? No, absolutely not. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the then Deputy Chief of Police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He looks like Cowboy Bebop character. You know, I haven't watched Cowboy Bebop, so I'm gonna take your word for it. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed, at least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beat him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. About that. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. That's a chance. It's got to be more than just that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one, which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime: Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye, and the testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely uncontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Arg! I rest my case. Arg does not count as a word. It seems this trial is just well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake, but I didn't realize that it would end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. Hold it. Who's interrupting now? Oh, she's back! Your Honor, wait. Anna? The defense has an objection, a scientific objection. Rights? What do you mean, rights? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? Oh, in a sense? Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Ashworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. If you want a minute, I'll give you 3. Oh, he's so nice. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings. Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky's sisters were in that file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day, so I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing in the other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. So, did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad, I'm just a high school student, and I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, Those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright, with regard to the incident at the police department, I'm saving now. Does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use, but still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be, please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If ever I needed to concentrate, it's now. Oh, wait, that was... Yeah, no, it could not have been left by Marshall. Marshall was never seen there. It clearly shows a contradiction, yeah. It could not have been left by Marshall. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing on the floor plans? Arguably this? Because this shows that because this shows when Marshall was there, there was a doohickey. The lad was in the evidence locker. Let's try this. As they say back west, even a blind man can hit with buckshot. That is, so long as he's facing the general direction. It seems Mr. Wright's not sure which direction to face. It's no use. The more evidence there is, the good. What? Just calm down, Mr. Wright. Trying to remember what the evidence room was like on the day of the crime. So this is missing the boy. There we go. What about that piece of plywood? The blue badger mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The blue badger is not there. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well, what? That's right, so long as the blue badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at the spot on the locker. Poor Edgeworth having a heart attack as he realizes before everyone else. Just exactly what does this mean? It means that it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces are undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me, I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the blue badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the blue badger was brought in. Just one moment, I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. And you can actually kind of see it in the video recording. It's very hard to see, but along the edge of, like, whatever, the running board, whatever that kind of, that band of material along the bottom of the wall is, there's actually just a little bit of blood visible. But how? One time was captured on this tape taken by the security camera. And you can, there it is. You can kind of see it not very well as the camera pans away while they're fighting. Officer Meekins cut his hand from which a trivial amount of blood fell. let's see, will it show it? Yeah. You can kind of see it around Meekin's kind of where he's sitting. The problem is the other time. Now, someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. I love the objection fight. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well. Then tell us, when did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, we'll... Oh, no. Edgeworth, I'm about to make you look really bad. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. And an ID card... Oh, the ID card record. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40. Vile Centrist, just what have you done? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. No, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means that blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have been taking place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining, 777 7777. Talk about a lucky number. Oh, wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only possible explanation. He went in with 777 7777. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID. That's 17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. I called it. Did it. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous, just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted, an official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries, that's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes? No, not you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana. Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number, and it's not the 7s. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Oh, this is going weird places. Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Lana? I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look at me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana, even if it involved forging evidence. Ooh. So she forged FC, that's what I'm talking about. No. Oh, so Edgeworth got a verdict on evidence she forged. Those remarks caused such a stir that the chaos in the... Oh, no. There's another day? Oh my god. Okay. In that case... I'm just gonna take a screenshot for the thumbnail for Thursday. And, it is a long one? Well, yes. That is in fact what people told me. But, this is not what I was expecting by a long one. I was not expecting it to take multiple... I wasn't expecting it to break the 3-day... This one case is longer than the main game. What? No. Well, I mean, I've heard it takes anywhere between 7 to 10 hours or something like that. So, I don't know. Phoenix, right? So, that is... I was not expecting... I was expecting long, but I was not expecting it to break its own internal... I don't want to call it its internal rules. But I guess that's... I guess it is its internal rules because it's technically breaking... Main game was 4 streams, this is entering full stream 3. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. But yeah, well, Wood, are you counting the stream that lasted all of 7 minutes? Because I was having technical difficulties? Because if you are, you need to remove that one. Because we didn't even, I didn't even have the game open. No? Okay. But yeah, no, that's, I just wasn't expecting it to break the 3-day, trial closure rule that it had established from the beginning. That's more where my shock is that it's actually going to go into a day 4. I knew it was going to be a long boy. I just figured the 3 days were going to take longer, which they did. But no, this is just surprising new territory. It's going to be interesting come Thursday. But yeah, so basically, so long as my internet continues to cooperate, we are going to be back here on Thursday to go into the next investigation phase. Good Lord. And yeah, and that's basically we are going to stay with this case until it breaks, or we do, whichever happens first. And then once, I believe episode 5 is the last one for the original Phoenix Wright. So once we are done with this one, we're just going to move straight into the next one. And then we'll just keep trucking from there. I don't know if we'll actually finish episode 5 this week. So this is more just kind of wishful thinking. and just kind of planning ahead. But yeah, so Thursday is definitely going to be episode 5. Friday, it depends. And next week, I haven't quite decided if I'm going to stream next week, because next week is my birthday. And normally I usually do stream for my birthday, but I don't know, maybe I'll just take this year off. I don't know, haven't decided. So I will keep you posted on that. But yeah, so I hope y'all had a good time. I know I did, and I look forward to seeing y'all later this week. Take care, everyone.